Here we are. Welcome again. Oh, there we go. There's the music. So how are you doing tonight? Can you hear me okay? Everything good? Alright, perfect. Okay, so now since I'm assuming you haven't really seen. Okay, so last time when I streamed, when did you leave? Do you remember? Like in the ending of case one. You kind of remember when in case one you left? Because I can kind of, I can show you the stream from the other night and kind of go back over what happened. Because with a story like this, you kind of have to. Oh, okay, yeah. So, and then they were like, "Oh, you couldn't hide a weapon in the dress." Was that the ending of it, or was that when you left? Like, we discovered that she couldn't hide a weapon in her dress. All right, here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn my light off. Make it. So, now, okay, so since we did that, let me pause the music. We'll kind of go back over, let me go, yeah, there we go, okay. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring up, the ending of case one, which I'm assuming you would prefer to see because that's kind of important for the overall story. Let me. Oh. Okay. Gotta kind of see go back to the stream starting soon thing. I have something to change here. Stream mode. Yeah, let's turn that on. Okay. Okay, now that way. Is my microphone working? Yeah, okay. It says it is, so. Okay, anyway, I don't know if you were around with this, but Susato here brought us Giselle Brett's notes on poison. Because we discovered that that Wilson might have actually been poisoned instead of just shot. I don't know if you remember that. That might have been quite back. Yeah, my microphone's still working, right? Yeah, okay. Start screen, when did I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'll just kind of go over what I think you might have missed. Oh, okay. Yep. Potty duty's always important. Okay, so do you remember going through and because you saw when we were talking about Wilson burning his wrist, correct? Because that was like the bowl shape, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so after that, so we figured out that Wilson. Okay, yeah. Okay, so and then I don't know if you remember this, but it. Oh, let me show my screen again. Back to the starting soon screen. Okay, so yeah, so like I said, I'm just gonna kind of go over what I think you haven't seen or heard yet. Okay, so after we went over all the talk of Wilson burning his wrist, she was saying that as far as she'd heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot, which after that, yeah, and then she embarrassed us by saying that the fly on our trousers has been open this whole time, which was pretty embarrassing. One second. Okay, and then we had the whole talk about how Wilson burned his wrist and all that stuff. And then she was saying that that there couldn't have been any other motive or any other thing to cause his death. But then we decided that, okay, where does it say it? Okay, I don't remember exactly what, but we found out what we showed that the water that they were drinking, because they were toasting together, so we showed that the water they were drinking was poisoned with curare, which is a very bad poison. I don't know if do you remember that talk at all? Talking about like poison in the water. My microphone? Yeah, my microphone's still on. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so we were talking about curare poison being in the water, and then Hosonaga came in and said that he takes things from crime scenes if he feels like the police aren't gonna focus on them a lot, just to keep them safe. And then he gave us the water bottle. Then we examined it, and then we found out, oh wait, what if the water bottle was poisoned? Which we figured out that it was. It's poisoned by curare. And then Susato here, oh, let me bring this back up again. Screen. Back to starting soon screen. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, so... Can you... Oh, wait, I forgot to bring it up to screen again. And back to the starting soon screen, and then we'll just kind of talk about it. Okay, so, and then let me kind of go through. Yeah, so she went over the case. Yeah, so Miss Giselle Brett kind of went over what happened. Oh, nope, nope. I don't need... Sometimes my brain's a little scatterbrained. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So needless to say, Kazuma actually is going to be able to go to Britain. But we're going to Britain with him. And you'll see how. Oh, yeah, okay. And, this is what happened too. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. So, instead of having a trial in Japan where she did the crime, she's going to be transported to Shanghai, and the British government's going to deal with her there somehow. In other words, she's not going to be in trouble at all. Which kind of stinks. But that's just how the life is, I guess. So, yeah, so then we all had dinner at La Carnival. Wait, where? Okay, and then, yeah, we'll be right there. Yeah, because Hosnaga made up some rickshaws for us. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Kazuma has a secret mission that he has to do. But he's not going to explain that to us. Which is kind of weird. There's some secret that Kazuma's keeping from us. Yeah, okay, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. Oh, yeah, and he thinks we're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not him. Wait, what's the point? Yeah, I just did what no. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's the whole thing about you have to believe in your client. All that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, there's something he's keeping from us. Very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I know this backstory's kind of taken a little bit, but you did leave at like an hour and 37 minutes when the whole stream was like 3 hours 44 minutes, so there's a lot to go through. Oh, yeah, Kazuma has a favor of us, but he didn't get to tell us. And Ryunosuke said that he didn't realize just how much that favor was going to change his life. Oh, I didn't mean to take that out. Okay, let's see. Now that we've went through that, gonna head back into the game and gonna bring up the chat here. All right, let's see. Ready for case number 2? Let's get ready. Oh, yeah, okay. Select adventure. Here we go. All right, yeah, okay. Where's mod view? Mod view. Boy, turn on mod view. Oh, wait. I need. All right. I need to find where is mod view? Where is mod view? There it is. All right. Perfect. Nope, I don't need to see the tutorial for. Okay, how do I? Okay, all right, there we go. So just checking, making sure my mic's working all right. Can you hear me? All right, perfect. Okay, so let's kind of go over. I'm gonna bring up. Give me a second. I'm gonna bring up one of my the other stream from the other night, and we'll kind of go through what I missed a little bit, or what you missed a little bit. So I'm going to bring out. Okay, give me a second. All right. So. Oh, wait, that's. Give me 1 second. I gotta make the screen button into a hotkey real quick. Screen. Where's? Oh, screen. Here we go. Okay, let's do F1, F2, F3, F4. Okay, so I'm gonna make this F5. Apply. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up. the stream. Okay. Wait. Nope, wrong button. I don't know why that didn't... Okay, there we go. Okay. Can you see okay? I'll just kind of go through the talking, recap, whatever, if that might be a little bit better to do. Okay, so, in the ending, more closer to the end of the last stream, we found out that Miss Brett could hide the gun in her dress. Except there were two guns. So, the one that she dropped on the ground for us to find was Dr. Wilson's gun, who, if you have read any of the Sherlock Holmes books, you know he always carries a revolver with him. So, the gun we picked up was actually his. And we found out that she used that to get away, because she had poisoned him instead of just shooting him. So first off, she poisoned him using the sparkling water at their table. Which is using, so the poison was curare, which is not a very fun poison after what I've read in game about it. Susato, the girl in the pink kimono with like the bun in her hair, she brought us Giselle Brett's notes from Dr. Wilson's class, I think. And they were all on like effects of curare and how it works and all that kind of stuff. And my goodness, it is probably one of the worst poisons out there. It's not fun at all. But then, oh yeah, then she stole the steak from the army man and the older man's table and put it in front of Dr. Wilson to make it look like he was eating alone. Which is interesting, to say the least. I don't know why she wouldn't use her own. Okay. And then after we figured all that out, right, curare only works if you have an open wound. So, because Dr. Wilson had that dentist appointment earlier that day, he had his tooth taken out. So, there was very clearly an open wound. And we found that out because she, in the courtroom, took a glass of that sparkling water and was totally fine after drinking it. Which is very interesting. But then later in the trial, she takes that very same glass, because Inspector Hosonaga was holding it, and throws it and breaks the glass, leaving that evidence not being able to be used anymore. Which is exactly why we don't give evidence to witnesses. Okay, but then she has her breakdown, all that stuff. She leaves the courtroom by her own accord. There's no police stopping her, nothing. She just leaves the courtroom, which is a no-no. A very big no-no. Oh, yeah, and then, wait, have I really been going for an hour already? Wow. Okay. Anyway, let me hurry up with this explanation so we can get back into the game. So, afterwards, we figured out that we, as the Japanese people, can't do anything about the crime that she committed here in Japan. Because I don't remember the exact reason, but we can't try her for the crime she did here. So now she's going to go off to Shanghai, and the British government's going to figure out what to do with her. In other words, they're not going to do anything to arrest her or get her in trouble or anything. Which is probably one of the stupidest things ever, in my opinion. And then after that, Kazuma, he's the guy with the red headband, and our friend, whatever, he asks us for a favor. But before he can get to ask it, Inspector Hosonaga comes in and says that he got rickshaws for us to go to La Carnival, where we're gonna have dinner. And that was it. And alright, that's pretty much all you need to know. So, ready to get started on case number 2? Sorry for the long-winded explanation. I'm not very good at explaining things, so hopefully I did a somewhat good job at that. Alright. Ready for case/episode number 2? It's called The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band, which, I don't know if you have read any of the Sherlock Holmes stories, but there is a story called The Adventure of the Speckled Band, which has to do with like a snake. And the culprit uses, spoiler alert, real quick, if you ever plan on reading that book or whatnot, that short story. But the killer in the story uses a snake to kill the victims. A black adder snake. I don't know if that's a real snake or not, but yeah, he uses a whistle to direct the snake to go into the victim's room and kill him. So, here we go. Wait, no, I don't want... Here, okay, let me... Back. Load game. Here we go. Yeah, I don't want you to see the chapters, so here we go. Oh, let's see if I can get my voices together for this.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Okay, so yeah, that just kind of summarized what I said about the story. Also, if you notice something, Wilson said Sholmes, which is very interesting. I think, if I remember right, I think they used that... Oh, let me be quiet because there's another cutscene.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. and the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
And there we go. That is our first look into Sherlock Holmes. Now, what I was going to say before the cutscene came on was, if you notice, his name is Sherlock Holmes instead of Sherlock Holmes. I think that's to kind of go around the copyright, because this game, I don't know when this game originally came out, but the name Sherlock Holmes was still under copyright law at the time, which I think it just entered I think it just exited copyright law at the beginning of this year. So now anyone can make anything about Sherlock Holmes, if I remember correctly. But they used the different names to, like I said, to get around copyright. And I think the first use of Sherlock Holmes was in the Arsène Lupin books, where Sherlock Holmes was in there, but it was Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Holmes or something like that. I don't know exactly, but yeah. So here, let me pause this for 1 second. I'm gonna go get some water so I have something to drink if my voice gets tired. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. I'm back. You still here? Okay, what was my... Yeah, there we go. Okay. My hotkey for the stream was... There we go. Alright, here we go. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Alright, perfect. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh dear. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh, okay. Oh, great. Now I have to do a Russian accent. This... we had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe you could not wake up. You are true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, And yes, I know my Russian accent isn't that good. I'm trying my hardest to do a lot better on them, but just practice, have to practice a lot. Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Susato! Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Wait, what? Okay, that doesn't sound good. So... Here, in this very cabin. That was built in a shed from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! And yes, I know, I don't do girl voices very well, I'm sorry. No. No! Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I could stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How could this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. There's something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Alright. Now here's a new... No, this isn't new. Yeah, but this is kind of the investigation part of it. We can talk about Kazuma's death here. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? Inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could have only been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible! How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctors examined the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert can consult at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Alright, about the incident. Well, this is definitely a turn of events, huh? Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Assumingly, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wait before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far in this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I thought, but there was no reply. And I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open and we managed to get inside. Oh, there we go. There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. The white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. It sure wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know.
so it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Alright. Stowaway. Let's talk about the being a stowaway.
Why are you even on board the ship now, Ricardo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma's cabin for so long without you noticing it?
No, that would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand.
Also, please excuse my lady voice. I know it is probably so cringy to hear, but I can't do any better of a girl accent, so that's as good as you're gonna get for now. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Can you still see the game okay? Is the game still showing? Am I being heard? Whatever. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but... Alright, perfect. Cool. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. Yeah, so at the end of the last case, too, he was saying that instead of him becoming a lawyer, we should have become a lawyer. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Okay, so let me pause for 1 second. I've just been thinking here for a second. For next stream, I might try to get like a voice changer, see if I can find like a free voice changer that works with my microphone. See if that'll help my girl voice at all. Like, at least just to like pitch my voice up or something, so I don't have to keep doing the high-pitched, horrible girl voice myself. But yeah, and then I can do like deeper voices, all that kind of stuff. But just for fun, it's not really like an important thing. Just there can't be harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it.
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little bit. I bet you didn't expect Kazuma to be dead, huh? That's where they get ya. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect you trying to protect me from avoid me becoming guilty by association.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact. See, that's where me and Ryuji Suzuki are like, I don't want to say hand in hand, but like, we're thinking on the same brainwaves there. Alright, let's talk about last night.
And the culprit would tell me what happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is... One second. I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Sleep?
Well, yes.
So do you believe you gave me stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. Alright, so what do you think of my voice acting so far? Who do you like the best so far? I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Yeah, that's the peril of a locked room mystery. Usually the one, if someone's in there, they're gonna be accused of it. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me.
Hi!
Well, what the...
There was a Susato takedown.
A Susato what? What martial form is that? Or martial art? Sorry.
I'm gonna need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it?
Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence.
Wait, but how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
Ah, yeah, see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, it can't be this university collar pin, so it has to be this paper seal. If Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me, it says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman discovered you flew outside the wardrobe doors before you opened them.
If I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here.
Thank you! So you finally believe me?
I'm I'm sorry. No,
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
Excuse me. This isn't Harry Potter, okay? There's no such thing as magic. What does she think I am? A magician?
For now, I suggest that you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. Do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh,
I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring trick to destroy evidence, for example.
right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Alright, now, here's where we get into the actual investigation part of the game. So usually, the first case takes place in the court to kind of give you the tutorial for like the courts. But then the second case is when you start getting like the stuff for examination and investigation and all that kind of stuff. Like as you can see, now we have 4 options. We have examine, converse, move, and present. So let's start examining stuff. Oh, there's the Russian crewman. Let's start by examining the body, or the body shape. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Was he? Well, okay. Me personally, I feel like a Japanese person wouldn't be writing in Russian. I feel like that's kind of weird. I'm sorry, but I can't read your writing. Why would Kazuma-sama write in Russian when he's Japanese? I just feel that's kind of weird.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? I'm so excited. Here, let me pause the talking for a second. I'm so excited to start doing Sholmes' voice. Like, I feel like British voices are like my favorite voices to do. Oh, why did I do that? I feel like I'm just really good at British voices. But,
Oh dear, that won't do.
oh, what's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san?
Yes, thank you, Susato.
I'm sure you're careful to look around using B and M, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Thank you, Susato-san. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Okay. So now, we have the books that are fallen over. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some kind, you see? Oh, he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once.
I wonder what is Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder?
I'll just say everything straight out. I don't don't like to see a mess.
Alright, let's see. We have a knife. We have some... Oh, nope, I don't want to see. Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's look at this chicken here. That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Oh, I could go for a nice chicken right now. Oh my gosh. Like, just normal... I don't want to say fried chicken, but like grilled chicken that still has the skin on it with like some spices and stuff. Like El Pollo Loco chicken. Oh my gosh. That is some of the best chicken ever.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor.
Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me.
Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Well, that doesn't sound good. Alright, let's see. Let's look at the trunk we were in before the wardrobe.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Also, hello. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that then. Now I have a guilty conscience. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me a guilty conscience for that. Yes, I'm sure they are. Alright, yeah. So, Ryunosuke said, well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes, I see. It says this way up in Japanese.
Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Yeah, I feel like a Susato takedown wouldn't be very fun. Imagine just being taken by your arm and then flipped onto the ground. That doesn't sound very fun. Also, hello in to everyone else who's here, if there is. Okay, let's look at this smudge mark on the ground here. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Ah, there we go. Hey Jake, how you doing?
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
The mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has sort of a brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Alright. Ooh, what game are you playing? I know you said it was an interesting game, so I was just curious. Alright, let's take a look at the wardrobe now.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description. Also, hopefully you enjoy this game. If this gets too boring, I definitely don't blame you for leaving, but I just thought that... Ooh, War of the Worlds, is that, like, based on the novel? But yeah, also, yeah, like I'm saying, I don't blame you if you want to leave, because I know this game isn't exactly for everyone. But this is one of my favorite game series of all times, and I wanted to wait till I actually had a microphone to be able to do it, because I think hearing voices is a whole lot more fun than just tapping and having nothing on, so.
Oh no, I suppose not. Alcohol must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what's happening out here in the cabin.
Oh, basically like the movie, yeah. Yeah, and definitely having a voice is better for streaming than not. Especially for these games, because these Ace Attorney games would definitely be a whole lot more boring without a voice. Because it's just a visual novel, so you'd have to be fully looking at the screen if you wanted to do it. If you wanted to join in, whatever. No, sadly not. Okay, what else do we have here? We have this bell pull, I think it is.
This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to a ring. Pull. Oh, my voice. Which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Also, Jake, I don't know when you came in, but this case kind of follows a little bit after the first case of the game. Where we had to defend ourselves in a case. Yeah, I have the videos from those other around the start actually. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So you saw like the beginning with like all the cutscenes and stuff, hopefully. So that way you kind of got a clue about what this case is.
Yes, in the interests.
Alright, perfect. Cool.
Yes, in the interests of cultural research, obviously.
Nope. There we go.
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Okay, let's see. We have, a desk. We have a desk. We have some sort of rules. We have this crewman we can talk to. We have a, let's look at this. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush, here, let me look that up so that way, Google Translate. That way, thank you. Here we go.
Sei.
There you go. That's how you pronounce it in Japanese. Okay, Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart.
Also, how do you feel about my voices so far, Jake? I know the girl one isn't the best, but hopefully you've enjoyed the other ones.
Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on the ship?
Cute? Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad I'm able to do them somewhat good. Yeah, I just need to practice quite a bit more on a lot of them. Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? Can't win. Alright, let's talk to this crewman here. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
Yeah, so Ryunosuke is just pretty much my voice. That's kind of the thing with the other Ace Attorney games as well. But then I try to change it up for other people. Like Kazuma, I have a deeper voice for. There are a lot of other voices that I try to do. You might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Alright. Yep, let's look at the paper on the wall. These are the rules of passage for the travel aboard the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Okay. Makes sense. What? Or what? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
What? What in the world?
I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay. Let's look at this sword down here. Or katana, I should say. It's not a sword.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword.
Oh, well, I guess you could call it either way.
You never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. But yeah, also, the first case took about, it took 3 streams if I remember correctly, and about, I want to say 6 hours to complete, which is honestly pretty long for an Ace Attorney case, for an Ace Attorney first case. Usually they aren't that long, but I think because it was this is a newer-ish game in the series. When did this one come out? Let me look that up real quick. The Grave... Oh, no, it's Dai Yakutin Saiban. This game came out 2015. Okay. Yeah, so... Where was I getting with that? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we were talking about case lengths. Yeah, it's definitely one of the newer ones. I think, so this must have come out a year before the last mainline Ace Attorney game came out. Which, that one, oh my gosh. If you watched the first case and you thought that one was long, just wait till you see the last case of the last mainline Ace Attorney game. Oh my gosh. I think it took me about, I don't know, I want to say 24 to 48 hours to complete. Like, just in general. Which is a huge amount of time. So yeah, so now we're gonna examine the desk.
This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Yeah, so, just a little backstory. Kazuma is our friend who helped us in the trial last time, in the first case. And his whole thing was, he was going to defend us, but if he did that and lost, he wouldn't be able to go on his trip to Great Britain, where he was going to try to learn all of this stuff about their legal system, and try to bring all that information back to Japan to use that for the Japanese legal system. And so I think a professor from the school that him and Ryunosuke went to told us that the judge was going to ask a question, and we had to say, I do. So, we did that, and it turns out that the question was who was going to defend, or I don't remember this. It was along the lines of who's going to defend Ryunosuke, and so we said I do, and so that started us on the whole lawyer path. But in the first case, we had to figure out who killed Dr. John H. Wilson, which, I don't know if you've ever read the Sherlock Holmes stories, but Wilson is based off of Dr. John Watson. And Sherlock Sholmes, of course, is Sherlock Holmes. But so as I was explaining, Sherlock Holmes, they can't use that name. They couldn't use Watson either, so they had to figure out a way to change that. This was back in 2015, so... but yeah, so that's kind of like the backstory of what happened so far. And now our friend Kazuma is sadly dead.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue.
That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have been out of this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
But
What if it's something important? Something relevant to the case?
alright, I won't read it.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Well, okay, so we can't do that. Let's see, is there anything else we can look at now? Can we... Oh wait, we can look at this vent up here. Oh, well... Now... I suppose you both, Nikki and Jake, are seeing the connections between this case and the adventure of the Speckled Band from the Sherlock Holmes stories. We have the bell pull, which in the story, the snake would wind down and head to the bed and kill the victim. And the vents, which, same thing. The snake will crawl through the vents and then head down the bell pull and kill the victim. So I think that's where they're going with this.
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to.
You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that.
Wait, okay, give me 1 second. I have an idea. Let me try, because my voice is gonna, after doing her voice for so long. So I'm gonna try to open up a voice changer that I have here that usually works with Twitch, but as of right now I can't use it with Twitch because I'm not like a partner or whatnot, and I can't have bits attached to it, so that's gonna be out of the question. But I'm gonna see if any of these work. Come on. Okay. Now, does my voice sound any different? Alright, let's try this. How's this sound? Does this sound any different? No? Oh gosh. How about now? Anything? I hope this is just working for me. That would be very embarrassing if I tried to turn this on and it worked just for me. But I feel like that's where it's leaning to right now. Dang it. Okay. Oh, wait. Alright, how about now? Maybe this changed a little bit. Or does it still sound the same? Dang it. Huh. Okay, well, that's not gonna work. Let's quit that then. I wonder what happened. Why? I wonder why it didn't work. Anyway, okay. I'll focus on that next time. I suppose maybe that's it. Oh, here we go. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. Oh, here we go. I'm so excited. Honestly, I feel like this is one of the hottest versions of Sherlock Holmes there is. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we must simply talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Yeah, actually, we figured that out already. Thank you so much for telling me something we already know. If I had a nickel for every time someone told me something after I already figured it out, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's funny that happened twice. Sorry, that is just a meme that I had to do. It's from one of my favorite shows. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do! Oh, examine. Yep, back to examine. Here we go. Gonna talk to Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Really, Susato? You're the one who told me to talk to him. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Oh, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see?
Feels like he's like looking right through me.
Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, now let's get on to the first Sherlock Holmes story, which I appreciate. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining.
You perhaps managed to deduce...
There!
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
They really need to stop with, like, these tongue twister sayings, or sentences. It messes me up. But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the Barabond, occupant of this very cabin, discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Yeah, I feel like his is kind of the best voice that I do, besides Ryunosuke, of course, because Ryunosuke is my voice, but I feel like him or the Russian dude is my better voice. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Yamamoto-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way I... Okay. Susanna really needs to stop doing this to me. Eventually we're gonna end up with like a concussion or something. With all the times we've probably hit our head. Or we're gonna end up with a broken back. I wouldn't doubt it. Maybe back pain later in life.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Oh, well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, I do love Sholmes' outfit, though. That is like one of the coolest Sherlock Holmes outfits I've ever seen. I love the steampunk vibes to it. The ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Ha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable. That is... Give me a second. I need to... Give me 1 second. I need to see what that word was. Inimitable. Is that what it said? Let me text to speech. I don't care about any of this. I just want to know what the
Dear
word
team,
I just want to know what it says. Oh gosh. Why can't it just... Sorry guys, give me 1 second. How do you even spell that? Oh, go back. The inimitable. Oh, I didn't want to.
Inimitable. Inimitable.
Inimitable. Okay, there we go. The inimitable Herlock show. Oh, come on. Okay. Let me go back. The inimitable Herlock shows.
No, it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes.
The very same. The inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. I keep wanting to say Sherlock Holmes because I'm so used to that. Do you know this man, Susaru-san?
The most famous detective in the world, Naruto? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san! Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Also, like I was saying, I don't know if I said this on stream or not, but I'm going to try to finish this whole case tonight. As best as I can. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but I definitely want to try my hardest. Because I don't even... This case should not have a court section. I think it's just investigation and stuff. So I want to try to get this one done tonight. See if I can. Great detective. Alright, but I will be right back. I have to go use the bathroom. And probably make some coffee for myself, because I have a feeling it's going to be a long playthrough, whatever. There we go, I'm back. Okay, still here? Make sure, because I don't want to keep going if I'm the only one here now. Okay, make sure it faded. Alright, you're still here. Good. Okay, quick question for you, Jake, if you don't mind. Give me 1 second. Oh, that was cool. Alright, so I don't know if you saw it, but I did ask if you like escape room type games, or if those really aren't your style. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I like that. Well, the reason I was asking is because Steam has quite a few good free ones. If you ever wanted to try one of those, maybe we could head on to one of those while I'm streaming or whatnot. If you wanted to do that, or if you'd rather do one just you and me playing it or whatnot. But or I don't mind if you don't want to play any at all. I'm just trying to figure out some other stuff as well. All right, yeah. If you want to look one up, let me share my screen real quick. I'll show you the one that I found. That is a really good one. Where is it? Give me 1 second and I'll share my screen once I find it. Yeah, here it is. Let me... Alright, also, Nikki, are you still here too? Just want to check, making sure. Speak of the devil, it's ready. Okay. Know what? How about we take a break from this game for a while? Maybe head on to another game or something. Because I have some other games I want to test out too. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Sometimes it's hard for me to pick stuff. Yeah, you know what? Let's just keep going. I think that'll be best. Alright. Okay. Get on back in. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Hairlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Or Herlock. I don't know why I said Hairlock now. So, you're the protagonist in the series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Okay, wait, I have an idea. Alright, I want you to tell me how you feel about this idea. Okay, Jake? How do you feel about playing me playing and streaming the very first Ace Attorney game? Like the actual mainline one. This one is more of a spin-off Ace Attorney game. But we can play through the actual mainline Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games, if you feel like that's good. That way you can kind of see what the actual games. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that instead. Let me fade to my stream break real quick. Yep, and I added a cool... Oh, let's see. I wanna... What's a stinger? I wanna see... Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm just sorry, I'm just playing around with scene transitions here. Give me 1 second. I just kind of want to play around with scene transition here for... Oh, that's cool. Alright, I want you to tell me what you think of this transition here. If you want to pay attention for a second. There you go. Like that. Fades to color there for a second. Or, what's this one? Luma White. What? Oh! Ooh, that one might be cool. Wait, never mind. Don't worry about that color one. I have a better one. Oh, that is so cool. Okay. What color? Sorry, I'm just so interested in this. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, okay, I like that one. Oh, that's even cooler. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Okay. Now, I'm gonna stop this game and then then I'll change it. Save it here. Alright, now we're gonna quit the game. Don't save because I just saved. All right, let me change the stream info to Alright, there we go. Can you hear me okay? I'm not used to this new setup yet, so. Alright, perfect. Good. So, what do you think of the new setup so far? Have a new starting screen and everything. And I finally have chat up on screen, which is gonna be really cool. Alright, let's see. Let me... Yes, very Transformers-like. I do agree with that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this is... So, beforehand, I was using a service called OBS. But this one is done in one called Streamlabs, I think. Yeah, Streamlabs. So this is a... They had this setup, except for the chat box. They had this setup for free. So it came with all the scenes. So the in-game one, I put the chat up there in the top right with this box over here. That box. Then, which one? Oh, intermission. Here's the a break point screen, which I put the game screen there, put the chat there, and all that kind of stuff. We have a be right back one. So I just have that with the screen and the chat and everything. And then last but not least, we have the stream ending one. So this pack came with all of this stuff already done. I just kind of moved it to the way I want it to be, and voila. And we're here now. So, I think we should get started on some more Great Ace Attorney. What do you think? Alright, also, since this is a new setup, how's the volume for everything? Is the game okay? The microphone too loud? Anything too loud, too quiet? Nice? Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure, because sometimes the audio mixer here kind of is very confusing to me, so. Alright, let's see. See if I can remember the hotkey to do this. I think it's... Nope, that's intermission. There we go. F4. Alright. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, also, can I ask you to do one favor for me? It's not a big one. It's just a quick stream favor real quick. So, if you can, I would like you to unfollow me, and then follow me back again. If that makes sense. It's like you'll unfollow me and then follow me back. Because I want to see if the alerts will come up. Hello there. There we go. Perfect. Oh, that worked perfectly. Could you hear that okay? All right. Cool. Oh my gosh, I'm moving up in the streaming world finally. All right. Let's see. So, oh, yep, now you're up there in the alert box, if you can see in the top left. That's your name there, finally. Or, not finally, but that's your name. Let me move that a little bit. I know the chat box is kind of small. I may have to fix that around here soon. Let me see if I can do it right now, actually. Theme, quit, old school? That's old school. Clean, maybe? How do I... Font size. See if that works. That's not working. Width... Oh, here we go. Maybe... Let's try 600 by 600. Alright. Can you type something in chat again? I want to test this out. Oh, okay, it's still kind of small, but I feel like that's good for right now. It's not like we're really gonna need to be looking at that, because I can see your chats right here beside me right now. Let me see, can I... I'm gonna try something. New... display capture. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna try this, so I can show you kind of how my setup is. Add source. Now let's do screen. Nope, nope. I just kind of want to show this off. This is so cool. Okay. Yep, capture cursor. Yeah, audio. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, so this is Streamlabs here. This is where all the magic happens. This is where I can change the, oh gosh, that's... I'm gonna have to make this a little smaller now. I forgot that I was gonna change the size of all of these. But yeah, so this is now, this is Streamlabs, and this is how I have this set up. So I have the game here, the chat's right here. Pretty easy to see both of them. That way I can see what's going on over here while still playing. I can change intermission. Be right back. This might have to... Yeah, my goodness, that's... Okay. But good, I'm glad you're enjoying this game. This is one of my favorite games of the Ace Attorney series, so I'm glad you're enjoying this. And then stream ending. Okay, there we go. That should be a-okie dokie now. Oh yeah, and also, with all of the scenes, I now have my Twitter, X on, and my YouTube channel. So now, anyone who watches will be able to see where to go. So now, let me get rid of the screen, and we'll head into the game. How's that sound? Sound good to you? All right, let's see. So, quick recap, way quicker than last time's recap. Our friend Kazuma passed away, or was murdered, I should say, on the boat to Great Britain. And because we were in this wardrobe over here, locked in there, we were the main suspect because it's a locked room mystery. So we were literally the only ones in there. And we had just met the great detective Sherlock Holmes. And I believe that is where we left off. If you remember all of that. Alright. Here we go. Also, is the sound for the game doubling? Like, do you hear it twice? A little? Okay, let me... Okay, try that. How's that sound? Is that any better? Or, wait, let me turn this up, but then I'll mute it. There. Okay, try that. How's that? Oh, the game's muted now? So you can't hear the game? Okay, that might just be the game. Okay, how about that? Does that work? Or does it still kind of sound a little bit doubled? It's fine? Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Oh. That's the hard part about this. Every time you click in there, if you need to go off, you click in there, it changes the thingy. Okay. Yeah. So we just met Sholmes, and we don't think he's a detective, but us as actual people in the real world know Sherlock Holmes is based off of Sherlock Holmes, who is the greatest detective of all time. All right. Here we go. Ooh, some water. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? Oh. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy as of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Oh, that would have been such a cool Sherlock Holmes story. I don't know if that was actually based off of one, but that would have been so cool. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. You know, I'm still trying to figure out his voice. I don't know if it should be a little deeper, or if it's like or if I should have just the normal, like how I'm doing it right now, voice. But I'll eventually figure that out.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Which... Now, sorry, I love geeking out about stuff like this. So this saying right here, the ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Also, curious, just real quick, let me pause for 1 second. Can you see my mouse? Like doing circles right now. Yes, okay, perfect. Cool. So yeah, so this saying right here, the ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth, is I'm assuming is based off of his famous saying, Sherlock Holmes' famous saying, oh gosh, let me look that up. Sherlock Holmes' famous sayings. Yeah, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So I'm assuming that is what is based off of what this sentence is based off of. I could be wrong, but as I demonstrated only a few short moments ago, how can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Alright, let's talk about Kazuma's death. I feel like it can't be an Ace Attorney game without your close friend dying. Like in Ace Attorney 1, Mia, Phoenix's mentor, dies in the second case. And in this game, Kazuma, Ryunosuke's closest friend, dies in the second case. So it's like that's kind of what spurs them on to continue. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Also, I'm curious what you think. What do you think of his outfit? Like this steampunky kind of look added to his normal Sherlock Holmes outfit. I honestly think it's really cool, but I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, do you say? Oh, here we go. Ooh, okay, we added two new talking points. Two facts. Let's talk about that. Mr. Holmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on this floor. Oh, also, I really hope this isn't too much of a spoiler, but I feel like the ending to this case is super sad. So, just a fair warning if we finish this case today, or tonight, whatever. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but that is the Russian word for wardrobe.
Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian?
In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderov, maybe the name of the killer. A certain Robert Garder, perhaps. Also, I feel like in this game, they kind of give him an air of stupidity, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, is very endearing at points, but then there's points like just now that's like, really? You thought he was naming the killer Garda? You thought the killer's name was Rob Garda because the word was Garda Rob? Really? But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. You're kind of wrong there, Sean.
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea.
Sustato. No, it's not.
We're from Japan. You're from Japan too.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Or details, however you want to say it. Okay, there he is. Yep. Poor Kazuma. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Oh, I can't imagine how hard that must be for Ryunosuke there.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Not really, but I'm not gonna say otherwise. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Whatever that says in Russian. Certainly, if it interests you. Many times, I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Alright, your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and SS-16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a very fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Villain Bolshevik. I couldn't think of a better name for a bad guy. Right? I feel like that's just the perfect name. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian?
sounds like Mr. Schultz concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who had killed the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
And what about the... wait, was that... oh no, okay. I was gonna say, was that actually Ryunosuke's voice, but no. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. So in other words, he thinks we're his trash can. And he's just gonna give us his trash. Not because it's a clue, but because it's trash. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Oh, okay. Peeky peek. Let's take a peeky peek. Okay, so there's the article of... oh. This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Scholl. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from the dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Shisado-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself over wearing it. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with the sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, so now that's been... okay. Now we have the article about villain Bolshevik and the article about the ballerina. Alright. Let's take a look at that other article about villain Bolshevik too, just in case.
I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness, he is fearsome.
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
Alright, so that didn't add anything. Alright, just 1 second. Oh. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some food, but I will leave you with the music. Okay? Can you still hear that okay? Alright, I'll be right back, okay? Also, I am still here, don't worry. I'm just, like I said, I'm just making some food, so I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Now, let me see if I can get this right. I think it's 4. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Now, here we go. Time to head back in. I also have some microwavable burritos and some gummy worms. Cast your eye over it if the interest takes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Which we know there was. So, alright, what you were just investigating. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Can you still hear me okay? The microphone is a little bit away from me this time, so hopefully you can still hear. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. You see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Wait. So he knows Japanese, clearly saw Japanese on the book, saw the Russian writing down here with Kazuma's finger, saw the Japanese writing on the note here, and just automatically assumed Kazuma was Russian because of the writing on the floor. Oh, I see. Well, we're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Excuse me, Susato? What's going on here? Huh? Susato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, no, Susato. What on earth do you mean? Oh, hey, Knife King! Good to see you again! How's it going? Glad you came back. Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Yeah. Yeah, that one definitely took a while. So I'm glad that you're almost done with it. Also, excuse me if you hear some chewing. I just made some food, so I'll try not to talk while I'm chewing, but... Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara, Banzai, Mikado, Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. This diary is littered. Alright, yeah, of course. Yeah, take your time. I'll probably still be here. We're gonna try to finish case number 2. Possibly head on to case number 3. We'll see how things go. See what time it is here and all that kind of stuff, so. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So, what was all that showing off about before then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Oh dear. Here we go. A speckled band, what does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say. The band was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Yeah. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Great detectives are a curious breed. A mind rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think, perhaps, that we could go with you? No, that would be so much complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Right? Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Excuse me. Sholmes. Do you not remember what happened in the beginning? Really? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
Thank you, Shizato. Finally, you're on our side for once. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So, what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play your part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. No. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. A sense of humor as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these?
Hiya!
Great.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue you're willing to give up, you're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
As if he gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to step next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to fight a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Alright. Let's examine. Can we examine the door? Yep. Perfect.
When I went for help when the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, if the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside of the room, like in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, Hosonaga! Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I can try. Alright, let's talk to Hosonaga.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, gosh. I don't remember his voice. Yes, oh, there we go. Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yep, it is.
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here?
I think that should be for my line.
I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
Really stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Alright, let's talk to him. Special orders. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as a Sogi-san's bodyguard. Oh no. So not only does Ryunosuke feel bad, now Hosonaga feels bad too. They're just laying the guilt on everyone, aren't they? It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? Also, now is a good time to say this, but, please, no spoilers for cases 3 on from the second game, because I have not finished those yet. I'm still working on the case with William Shakespeare, so I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we'd been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector, so if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Well, funny you should ask. Funny you should say that. We kind of need permission to investigate ourselves. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed as a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of this cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence you already have in your possession. Okay. Tutorial. Evidence? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep. I feel like they didn't have to do, oh gosh, what was I? I feel like they didn't have to do another tutorial, but that's just me. Okay, anyway, we need Kazuma's diary. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Alright, real quick. I'm a little bit further away from my microphone, so I'm just curious, can you guys still hear me okay? I want to make sure, because I have my plate of food next to me, so I had to scoop my microphone over a little bit. Strange, in what way? Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was.
Alright then. Huh? I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Oh, well, I guess I didn't have to do that. He coughed himself. I am a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Yeah, so for Nikki and Jake, Inspector Hosanage here was supposed to be keeping an eye on Kazuma, which he did for a while, but he didn't think that Kazuma would die in his own cabin. So now he feels plenty of guilt, blaming himself that he didn't do a good enough job protecting Kazuma. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. That's another tutorial. Move, alright. Alright, here we go. We're finally getting out of the cabin. First class passageway. Alright, yep. Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Yeah, honestly, I can't even imagine what boat travel was like back in the 1800s. That must have been so horrible with how cramped everything was and all that kind of stuff. People don't know just how lucky they have it on like cruise ships and stuff nowadays. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Ooh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Alright. Let's talk to this crewman here. And I get to do my Russian accent again. I love doing the Russian accent. Ooh. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am Senior Crewman Bif Strogenov. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's funny. Bif Strogenov.
I know. I told you the name puns in this game were amazing. I forgot about this one though. Why would your mother name you Biff after if your last name is Strogenov? That's like someone having the last name Cheese, and you naming, and his first name is Mac. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Alright, let's talk about the first class cabin area. Mr. Stroganov, about this first class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Boreas steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. But Stroganov is not animal. Thank you?
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Duh. Sato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Alright, let's talk about the passenger. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. I don't know if it's Grimesby or Grimesby, but his name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Okay. Ouch. I'll let you... Yeah, that was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right?
That is not your business. Alright, last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. Also, excuse me if my voice sounds weird. I'm just trying to eat at the same time, so...
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Niet. Susato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in any way? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Curious.
This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as the English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Alright. Let's see. So we have this area over here we can look at. And this area over here. So I think we should take a look at this book first. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too.
Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting.
Anyway, look here.
Oh, wait.
Last night's log is mostly blank.
Huh. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. That's interesting. I feel like there's something going on there. This looks like a plan of the SS Beria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Beria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. Alright, let's see. Nope, I didn't want to. Oh, there we go, okay. Let's look at this door. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Oh, shoot, I didn't want to go in there just yet.
Yes. The ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh. No answer.
We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. Alright, let's... What do we have? We have this bell here, I think? What do you think this is?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets the alarm bell ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see.
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. This ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched
scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside. Oh, I'm about to break the door down. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shall be stopped. When the fit is on me. Oh, I am so sorry. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Do you really? I feel like you wouldn't be able to kick down a metal door, though. I feel like this is a metal door. I don't think you can kick that down.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't?
Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Also, I love that this little tappy tappy tap 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 noise sounds like an old typewriter. Which they decided that on purpose. Who are you? Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. You are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Show. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. Which, I mean, I guess that truly, practically is his business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Ouch! Holmes. Sorry, can't say Holmes. That's not who it is. It's very clearly a Sholmes, not a Holmes. Don't look at me. Oh.
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. The case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Alright. I guess we're gonna talk to Mr. Grimesby Roylott. Last night. Oh. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh. This is going terribly.
We're not getting anywhere here.
I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He is always in the weirdest places. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Alright, let's talk about the first class cabin, see if Phil talks about that. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk about something. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is the same. Alright, so let's examine. And we're gonna have to examine Sholmes. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. This guy is so full of himself. 1 second, sorry.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. A Russian hosted this cabin. Okay, okay. I made a mistake then. He's not English. He's Russian. Wow, there's a lot of Russian people in this case, isn't there? A Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes, please!
Oh, here we go. Here's one of my favorite parts of this game. This is probably one of the best mechanics of the game. I love this. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. That was a mouthful. Gotta point out, that was a big mouthful there. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't... Oh yeah, okay. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right, and Mr. Scholz. I know this means beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially in the first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
That's also kind of another quote from Sherlock Holmes. Shh, you must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. No, what am I doing? You are, at this very moment, no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah!
Oh no, Holson! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Scholz's great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Scholz. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle. I think that's another, thingy, another little quote from the Sherlock Holmes stories. Because I think Dr. Watson says this when he reads the article that Sherlock Holmes wrote about identifying which body of water a drop of water comes from. And then Watson didn't believe it, so he said, what ineffable plot.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholm's conclusions were right. How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Okay, yeah, here's where the best thing comes, the best mechanics comes in. Here we go. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article, which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but this was definitely a good villain name. Villain Bolshevik. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I don't know how true that is, but here we go. On topic 2. What the wrong goes he's gonna do. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime is before your very eyes. Yes, that's a travelling case. Excuse me for that. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough that fits therein. Excuse me. Sean, have you seen that case? Look at how small this dang case is. Do you really think a lady could fit in there? Knowing him, probably, but don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the travelling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup duel, I don't know how to pronounce that, so excuse me if I butchered that, betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your travelling case can be equally found another most stimulating article. If we turn from the thing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime, excuse me, is that of deduction. Abduction, not deduction. Ugh, I don't know where I came up with that. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Okay. Interesting. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. So Saddlestar, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article, but I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting Valerie. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small. Clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself in the confines of that sort of case.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me just now. Something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. These get to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure that if we do that, we'd unlock the true keys to Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What?
Ah! Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How? How did... I felt that they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when you are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is trying to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. Alright, Old Man's identity, a revolutionary number one, was what Sholmes came up with. Obviously what catches you on the first place. With the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you swallowed. Oh? Huh. So, he's not using the shears to cut off the beard. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
Doesn't even be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Alright, so we're going to take a look around. Oh, I see something. It's definitely not the beard. Definitely not his thick hat. It has to be these golden locks here. What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes!
Alright. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you swore. Okay, there we go. We changed it. Now that fits better. Indeed, you have identified the Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit a man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and the sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth.
Oh no! If only I had managed to cut up my hair, no one would have suspected.
Alright, now I'm going to use a girl voice for her because we just deduced that she is actually a girl. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No. Nuh-uh. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Okay. So this is just giving us a hint. blah, blah, blah. Alright, so the answer actually is the article about the ballerina.
Yes!
Mr. Roylott is actually literally the top. The evidence that reveals her true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. The renowned prima ballerina from the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Alright, let's see.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Okay, question. Can you still hear my voice? I just want to make sure my voice is still being able to be heard. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray. And I assure you, those eyes speak so much more eloquently than honestly. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Which is wrong. Alright. I understand that they need to, like, give you the details of this, but it's kind of annoying. I could easily just figure this out by myself, with no hints. Oh. I think I see what the crime is. I think she stole the tiara. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Oh no, sorry. Wow, Susato, that was a good impression of me. Thank you very much.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on.
What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Would you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Uh-huh.
Yes!
The proof of your crime. Oh, the proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money.
One second. One second, I'll be right there. Back. Alright.
But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you would wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. What? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Schultz is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf and all? Just a wild guess, Shirley. Don't call me Shirley.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree, that's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Alright. Rule. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna try this.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carried on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As you've seen, the truck wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Insert your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Ah! Alright, there we go. Wrongdoing is possession of a prohibited animal. We did it. Deduction complete.
So clearly you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimesby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stood aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Maria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in dreamland. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would offend me. So I decided to cut off my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
That's precisely when you walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? Alright, how's everyone doing? You guys still hanging in there? You guys still enjoying this? Because honestly, I'm still enjoying this. So if you guys are still enjoying this, I'd love to continue.
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside.
Me.
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. Oh, no. There we go.
Our cups again.
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? And why?
There is still a shadow Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the second band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Alright. Now, let's talk to her. She would see what she's hiding. Alright, let's see. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
What the woman told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, who was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to figure out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example?
Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone aboard would have noticed if that had happened?
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what they had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. Alright, let's do running away now. Also, how's everyone doing tonight? I know you're doing good, Nikki, with like dogs and stuff. Jake, how are you doing? And how's anyone else doing in here? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes, I'm traveling to Great Britain and from there I want to go to America.
You know, the way I said that reminded me of the scene in Mrs. Doubtfire. When he's doing all those voices for his court liaison lady. That I will always remember that scene in my head. Probably one of the best scenes in movie history.
I will never dance again. I just want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget. Oh, Knife King, good for you. Yeah. How much longer do you have? Oh, yeah. Turnabout Revolution. That one is probably one of my favorite ones. That one was just really cool. I wish to forget. A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they thought I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Alright, conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. Also, just a fair warning, my Herlock Sholmes voice probably will change over the course of this playthrough. I'm not very good at keeping, like, the same British accent for long. Like, voices like Nikolina Pavlova I can do, because hers is very remarkable. Like, a young woman Russian voice. But like Sherlock Holmes is, he's practically just a normal British voice. So I may change like the tone of it or something like that throughout the playthrough. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be on board?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is none of your business. No, that is not your business, sorry. There we go. We got to see Bif Strogenov again. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes said I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. We get it. You're popular. Everybody loves you. We don't need to keep hearing about it. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us really what happened. Alright, friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. What in the world? What in the world? You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas as friends. Is it obvious? It must be a chicken! Excuse me? What? 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 What in the world? That's all I can say. What in the absolute world? Where did you get that idea, Mr. Holmes?
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the need of sustenance. So, you need your friend. I'll remember that. It's not a chicken either. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. No. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Okay. So we gotta show her something. Let's see. Possibly this. Kazuma's diary, I think. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
Diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victims' cabins are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No! I don't know anything.
Oh. Huh. Interesting. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out. What do you want me to throw you out? Okay. It looks like we'll have to wait. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin a little later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. That must have hurt. I can't imagine. Okay. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, because I'm looking up something real quick. Okay, okay, there are 3 parts of investigation, so... And we are now on... We just now reached part 2 about 2 hours into it. So, that's not too bad, I would say. Oh, wait, what am I doing? What was that? Oh, here we go.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. Alright, how you guys doing? You guys still doing okay? Is it getting too boring? Do you guys still want to keep going? What would you guys like to do? You guys get to pick. You're good? Alright. How about you, Jake? Are you still doing good? If you're around. If you're still just kind of like listening in the background, that's totally fine. But just give me 1 second. Alright, so also, Nikki, you still enjoying the new look for the stream, whatever? Is there anything that's like in the way or anything to that effect? Okay, good. Yeah, so, well, like I said, is there anything in the way? Is the chat in the way? Is this, tip thingy in the way? Is there anything that you feel is in the way or that could change or what? Or does everything look good? No? Okay, perfect. Alright, oh, give me 1 second. There we go. Alright, here we go.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
No. I say go for it. If you want your cheesecake, go get your cheesecake. I say go for it. I love cheesecake myself. So, if you want dessert, you should probably go for it. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh yes, he's completely disappeared.
Did he stay inside the room? I swear, if Sholmes stayed inside the room and we were not able to be inside the room, I'm gonna be so angry. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Alright, let's see. Maybe... What is this?
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Okay, it's a mouse trap. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Well, they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. I think that's what it's called, cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like.
You can't eat it.
Give me 1 second. My computer has to be hooked into my TV via a HDMI cable, but I've used this HDMI cable so much that it is very finicky in the way it moves. So even the wrongest touch, like what I just did now, will make it not be hooked up to the computer anymore. So excuse me for 1 second. Ugh, I hate this. I definitely need to get a... Really? I definitely need a new HDMI cable. I'm gonna mute the microphone for a second because I have a feeling this is gonna make quite a bit of noise. Okay, let me see. F4? There we go, okay. Alright, you guys still here? Oh, wait, oh, okay, wait. This, I swear, sometimes this thing is so annoying. Yeah, okay, good. I am so sorry. I'm gonna have to get a new HDMI cable because this one is so finicky. Even like the slightest move, the slightest wrong touch will send the screen going all crazy. And give me 1 second. Yeah, but I mean, I still should though because I just wasted quite a few minutes of time that we could have had doing this. But okay,
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
really? But I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually gonna try it, were you?
Also, I'm still eating my burritos, so if I talk with my mouth full, please excuse me. All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
I swear, her voice is going to tear me apart. Alright, let's head into Kazuma's cabin. Whew, I need water. Fair warning, Nikki, if you ever get the... Not that you would, because I know you don't like beans, but if you ever get the beef and bean El Monterey brand microwave burritos, they do have a bit of a kick to them. So you might need water with them. It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the cabin about it.
Captain, not the cabin. You can't talk to a cabin about letting me out to investigate.
He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating, right? Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Okay, let's see. Also, if you ever need to leave... if you need to leave quickly, feel free to. But if you do have a little bit of time before you leave, I would like to know when you leave. That way I'm not just streaming to empty air. Not that I would be, but hey, you never know. Alright, let's see. Examine. There he is. Ooh, cheesecake time. Yes, yes. Save me a bite. Because if you don't, you will feel the wrath of me. I'm just kidding. What kind of... I know it's just normal cheesecake, but what kind of brand cheesecake is it? Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Oh no.
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. Oh my gosh. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. And I know the captain that I've given you... Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You don't know, but it's amazing. Oh, I'm sure it is. I feel like normal cheesecake or like chocolate. Okay, wait. So, I don't know if you have this in like Washington, wherever, but there is a restaurant that we used to have here. Restaurant and like a bakery, a pie bakery that we used to have here called Marie Callender's. I don't know if you've ever heard of it or had it, but oh my gosh. They had this pie that was like an Oreo crust, and it was like non-alcoholic Kahlua, so coffee, mixed with oh my gosh, that looks delicious. That looks so stinking good. That looks like a big cheesecake too. Is it as big as it looks in the picture? He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. Yeah, oh my gosh, yes. That's amazing. How much was it? if I may ask. I don't want to get into any details like that if you don't want to go into it, but free? Nuh-uh. There is no stinking way that big cheesecake was free. I don't believe you.
So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. How'd you get it? If I can ask that, too. Was it just like from one of your neighbors, or what?
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little bit about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh!
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. A friend? Oh, good. Well, that's good. Oh, okay. So did the friend bake the cheesecake then? Or make it themselves? I think his name was something like Hairlock Schultz. I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Oh my gosh. Yum. Now that's how you know you have a good friend. If they give you a full-on cheesecake like that, you better make sure you don't lose that friend. Alright, let's talk about the cabin next door.
What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that gracefully?
Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. I wouldn't say that. Okay. Oh? How?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here provided fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
Yep. Yeah, I feel bad for Hosonaga here. he's like Gumshoe in a way, where he'll do anything for Ryunosuke, like how Edgeworth would do anything for, or no, sorry, where Gumshoe would do anything for Edgeworth. All right, new information. What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this.
The Burya's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh,
Kazuma's post-mortem report? Yeah, just 1 second. All right. I don't know why that sentence, why those words are so hard to say together. Post-mortem report. But those are probably, excuse me, I'm sorry, the 3 hardest words to say together.
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the excuse me. Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. Oh, well, I mean, it says I have 4 viewers, so if there's anyone else in here, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy your time here. Just come on, chill in, relax, have fun. Right now we're playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, trying to work on case number 2 in the game. The Adventure of the Unspeakable... Wait. What is this called? Give me a second. I've got the name of this case. The Adventure of the... No. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's the case that we're working on right now. So, yeah. Here we go. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Okay, so no deadly adder snakes, like in the story. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain.
Also, to anyone here who has not been here yet, I really, really, really apologize for my girl voices. I am not the best at them, but I do try my hardest.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility.
And no obvious wound would be left. Yeah, Knife King, I do remember that the ending of this case was pretty heartbreaking. Kind of makes it hard for me to do this one again, but, I want to go through the whole story again. So, gotta do it. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh, okay. Back down to 1. Guess they didn't enjoy it. That's fine. I understand. It's not everybody's cup of tea. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Alright, let's take a peek at that. I've got to look at that. Wait. Okay. Male, Far Eastern, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this part is just what we read, what they showed us, whatever. Alright, let's talk about the great detective here.
1 second.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept out the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it.
It's shoe polish!
Was all he said. Huh? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Oh. Okay. Hey, Nikki, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I hope you're thinking what I'm thinking. Because I think at this point it's pretty obvious. Excuse me for just one more second, I just have to finish. You're not thinking, yeah, that's totally fine. But this mark right here, Sholmes was saying that this is shoe polish. So, we just kind of have to figure out why that's shoe polish and how that got there.
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? So, also, how are you doing? Are you feeling tired? Do you need to get off? Do you want to keep going? How are you feeling right now, Nikki? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Nah, it's your choice. You're the one who usually falls asleep. I like around this time. So I don't know. And plus, I would rather not continue streaming if I'm going to be the only one around. So, if you need to go, feel free to go. But I might stop the stream if you have to go. Or maybe not. We'll see. See how we... Alright, hello, welcome in, new viewer. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. You don't? Okay, good. Alright, we're actually playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, game number 1. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. This is case number 2 in the game. Where we have to figure out what happened to our friend, Kazuma. He was murdered in this ship cabin here. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often prepared them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish of Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Alright, yep, the mark on the floor has been added to the court record. So, let me see who... okay, yeah. Alright, that's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh no. Well...
I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoki-san. He was my responsibility.
Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a very... Excuse my mess-ups, please. I make a lot of mess-ups when I'm talking. I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. That's interesting. A heavy head. That's interesting. Oh, there we go. See, that's where me and Ryunosuke are on the same wavelength. My head's still throbbing too. Alright. What do we have to look at? This, I think?
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's this brick colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish, not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? Excuse me for 1 second. Okay. Oh, let's talk to this crewman here. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next carriage to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosanaka did. Huh, that the new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosanaka doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he?
Oh, wait, was that Ryunosuke saying that? Oh, yeah. Oops. When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
Okay, what do we have to do now? Maybe let's move back out into the first class passageway. Maybe there's something new here.
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Strogenov is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la.
Did you hear that?
Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-ra-li-ra-lay. I did it the great detective way. Now I know who that is. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganov, not Stringy Knot.
Alright. Well, Stroganov is gone, so let's head back into Miss Pavlova's cabin. Alright. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh! Where's she gone?
Hey, what are you doing? Those are our private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as possible.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's examine this case here. Nope.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
Alright, so real quick, I'm gonna explain the plan that's going on through my head right now. Once we reach the to be continued part of this, I think I might end the stream. It's getting kind of late here, but yeah, we'll keep going until we reach the to be continued part, and then after that, I think we should all end the stream. But yeah, it's completely empty inside. But according to the Great Detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. Just 1 second. And more to the point, where is it now? Okay. Let's look at her clothes, I guess. I don't know.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Oh my gosh. That's just mean. That is just mean. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside a wardrobe, every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit in past this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding there, but no such luck. Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, here's a bowl of milk.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that it's safe, even if there is a little leak in the roof. It doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Okay, Huh. Maybe check this. Oh, here we go. Here's the bell pull. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. Oh.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to.
We're trying to investigate in secret.
Okay. Is there a... Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, can we look at the ventilation shaft here? So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool the shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe
It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay. Look at the books, maybe? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too.
No. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookshelf.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you! You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Okay, table?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you?
Naruhodo-san. Okay, let's see. Oh, trash can?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Okay. There's just a few books on the desk. What'd it say? Nothing else by the looks of it. Well,
Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night, so she's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
that's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading.
Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
Oh, here we go. No. Door. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
It seals up perfectly, too. There's not any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either.
And I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Okay, change of plans. I actually think I might end it here. I am getting a little bit tired, so I think I might end the stream here if that's okay with you guys. I'm gonna save it here.
and we will pick this up tomorrow. Where we left off. Yep, there. Wait. Oh, back to game. Okay, yeah. So, I'm gonna. Yeah, it's time for me to just kind of wind down now. my brain's starting to turn off, and this game is not good to be playing when your brain is turning off, because there's a lot of thinking involved in this game. But I mean, I'll still be around, just not on stream. I'll probably still be around, like watching YouTube or something. But speaking of YouTube, that is actually where you can find all of these VODs that I record and download, which I will edit this one along with last night's first part of this case, and I will post that on YouTube. And then there we go. Anyway, yeah, you can find me on. Let me bring up the thing. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube and Twitter as SherlockGamer20. Ooh, nice, I'm being smothered by Mocha and the Mickey Mouse. Oh, that is so cute. That is so adorable. But yeah, so, I just want to say thank you all for coming. It's been such a fun time, and I will see you all probably tomorrow. I have to say, I'll probably come back. I'll probably stream again tomorrow night, so we can see if we can finish this case. Because let's face it, I really want to finish this case now. So, all right. Well, Nikki, I'll talk to you in just about a minute. Thank you to whoever else is here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Right now my stream schedule is a little messy, so I can't really say exactly when I'm gonna stream, but I usually try to stream anytime from 8 to start the stream from like 8 to 10 p.m. Pacific time. Sometimes maybe later, but yeah, so thanks for coming out, and I will see you all next time. Alright, see you guys, have fun.